Welcome on in, everybody. Welcome on into the Dragon's Den. My name's Digital Dragon. Hope you all are doing well today. How's it going, Jedi Spidey, Big Jano? You guys are having a good day. I know we're having on and off storms right now, and we just double check and see if they've blown over now or if there's still more to come. Yeah, it looks like it's going to break up, and then it's showing most of tomorrow is raining. Yeah, well, yeah, there you go, Jedi Spidey. You're right there in the area right now, huh? Yeah, storm's passing by right now. Okay. And I think it's coming from your way up my way. So it's going what, northeast. Um yeah, the UPS guy delivered a package from KB3D earlier today, and I happened to be right by the door when I saw somebody moving in front of the door. So I opened the door, and I mean, it was just coming down in buckets. Kind of felt sorry for him having to walk packages to everybody's house. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah. So, Mr. Wizix, I did what you suggested on the last stream, and I um, went through and updated all the drivers for my motherboard for Windows 11 from the vendor site. The only thing I haven't done yet is a BIOS update. I've got it downloaded, I just haven't run it yet. And between that and a couple of other playing around things, I think I have solved the sound issue. Fingers crossed, fingers, toes, the whole nine yards. So hopefully everything sounds good. So let's see. Oh, that's right. We're going to be working on a rat rig today. Something new, something we haven't done before. We've done several Vorons like Tridents, 2.4. Another Trident that's downstairs, a 2.4 for Chewy, the V01, the V02 for um, Free Heathen, and my 01 is going to be made of 02. So this is something new. This is kind of along the lines of the veins of the NX Engineering K3 on just, and the VZBot stuff that is out there, but a lot of people aren't, you're not seeing a lot of people with content. And I haven't seen much on the V-Core 4 yet. I don't know how quickly I got one, but I know one was shipped fairly early based on when I ordered it. It's got a big package of filament from UPS right before one of the downpours. Yeah, was that one from the Polymaker restock, Jedi Spidey? Hey, Rodney Mac, how's it going? Yeah, I ordered, I think, 6 spools of Cookie Cat, right? So, majority of it was PLA. I got a couple of their ABS. This is, oh, what is this? This is the Dark Magic ABS filament from Cookie Cat, believe it or not. And toss that up there. So Dark Magic ABS. They have this in PLA, PETG, I believe PETG and ABS, because I got this in ABS and PLA. So really looking forward to seeing what this looks like. That restock got here Sunday, Monday. Today was Big Bamboo refill. Yeah, I got news for you. So I ordered some bamboo PLA and I ordered some bamboo ABS. And when I got the ABS, I made the decision, hey, they have refill spools. Let me just buy some of their refillable spools, their master spool, and get refills. Yeah, let's just say that I re-spooled it onto an Epax 3D plastic spool holder because the bamboo spools work great when it's pulling it through the AMS. When it goes to reverse it, it unlocks and it does this. And now you've got a big spooled mess in the middle of your AMS. I'm like, how do you sell spools that don't self lock or are not at a frictional lock where they stay together in your own AMS? So I'm like, yeah, no, I'm annoyed with that. So literally what I'm doing is I'm taking bamboo filament and re-spooling it onto a used Epax um, spool because those work really well in the AMS. Yeah, yeah. So today we are going to be working and starting to build our RatRig V-Core 4, right? My kit did come through Fabrico because, well, Fabrico is the only US distributor for RatRig. We will be we will be building the 300 millimeter size. Um, just while I want a 400 or 500 millimeter size, I'm not printing huge things. If I had a use case for it, then a 500 would work, but I don't have that use case right now. And I did get the hybrid core XY upgrade. So this adds to Y motors because the X motor or the X axis is fairly light. It's easy. It's all it's moves is the tool head. The Y has to move the tool head, the whole gantry system. So that's why they're adding two motors just on the Y axis to help provide the additional torque and oomph. Um, Somewhere down the road, they do not have the IDEX upgrade kits available yet. I will probably get my hands on one of those when they come out. Oh, yeah, the Epax filament, I have been very, very happy with the Epax filament. In fact, at Murph, that is all I brought with me was Epax PLA, and I bought some while I was there. And that's pretty much what I ran until Polar came over and gave me some of their color changing filament. Which this stuff is crazy. Oh, which one? That one. Crazy color changing. And this was literally like a pale blue, almost a white, as it was sitting on the spool at Murph because it was so incredibly hot there at the show. And when one of the West 3D guys walked over, grabbed it, and put it in somebody's ice chest and brought it back to me in that deep blue, I was like, I didn't know it. The first time I'd seen what the color actually looked like at room temperature. So we're doing the 300 size zombie. Um, so base price difference, the 300 with the ABS parts is about $1,900. The 400 is 2,100, and the 500 is about 2,300. And that's base price. And adding the hybrid core kit is about a $200 option. So, oh wait, let me rephrase that. 1,700, 1,900, 2,100 for the base kit in whichever size you get. That does not include enclosure panels, and that does not include, that's the standard, that Core XY. It doesn't include the hybrid extra Y motors or the IDEX. Yeah, so that's the plan. We do have a new exclamation point command, and that's exclamation point V-Core, the number 4, all one string. And that will get you to this link that I'm showing right here to Fabrico's webpage. Full disclosure, me and Fabrico came to an amicable agreement for this build. I will be adding the Fabrico logo up on the screen later on. I thought I had the logo over on this computer, and apparently I do not. So I need to go find that and bring it back over here. The RatRig size, or the RatRig site. You can go to RatRig and get to the V-Core 4 stuff, or I believe it's V-Core 4 or slash RatRig slash or .com, and that'll yeah. There's a couple of different ways to get there. This is the configuration page through RatRig. This is the actual. There we go. VCore 4 ratrig.com. This is their more of their we'll say media, site. It gives you the cool little like social media blog thing there or video thing. It talks about the standard, the hybrid, and then the IDEX. These are all upgrades, so you can start with the standard, get the upgrade for the XY motor or the Y motors and go hybrid, and then you can get the IDEX upgrade and go full IDEX. So they are things that you can get as your needs get or require it. It does come with a beacon probe. It's the Beacon H, and I believe it will be set up to do both contact for Z height homing and then fast bed mesh using the eddy current coil. So yeah, it's a good place to get a lot of good information there. And then of course we will have the documentation, which is where we're going to start off at. The Dozuki site, that's where we're going to be running through here. There's only 13 sections, shouldn't take us that long. Start with preparations. This is pretty much just telling us like, hey, here's all the tools you're going to need during the build. Various Allen keys. Now, these are RatRigs use 30-30 extrusion, so they use a lot of 6mm hardware. So we are going to need 4, 5, and 6mm hex wrenches. My Fabrico kit stops at 4, so I had to go and I do mean literally dust off my Pittsburgh T-handle hex wrenches to find my 5 and 6mm wrenches. Wire cutters, some type of measuring device, crimping tools, an engineer square to make things nice and square. We've got our 1, 2, 3 blocks that you see me use all the time, and screwdrivers. Hey, Chewy, how's it going, my friend? Welcome on in. And it's going to tell me to prepare a printed part. So I got 3 different types of printed parts here. That's not what I want. 1 second. That's what I want. There we go. So we got 1 bag, and I just realized that scene is reversed. Interesting. So we got 1 bag here, which is the main set of printed parts. Of course, there's the alignment jigs and stuff like that. We've got another bag that is the electronics printed parts. And we got a final bag, which is the tool head printed parts. Now, the nice thing with these is they've already done all the heat set inserts. And these are ABS parts coming straight from the factory this way. This kit was shipped from Portugal, and it did take 3 days to get here via DHL. So they did ship it kind of nicely to me to get it here. not just for me, that's going to be for everybody. Currently there's only one part that needs to be prepared, tool head back. So that's going to be in the tool head package in here. See if we can find that one. And that looks like this one. And they were going to tell me to take off the printed support that goes right here. Well, as you can see, there you go. They've already taken off the printed support that was right there that they were going to tell me to prepare, so we don't even need to do this anymore. So how about them apples? This is pretty darn good. This is going to be nice not having to go through and read ahead in the manual and do heat set inserts, you know. Hey there, Ash. Welcome back in. Timor, welcome in. And where have you been? Have you heard of a Raven AMS? I have not. I've heard of there's a Python mod to the AMS. It's basically like a complete, like you take the electronics boards and the motors and stuff out of your AMS, and then it's like a full enclosure build that allows you to run a lot bigger spools and stuff. So we don't need to remove those parts, so we're good to go. We'll flip over here to the frame assembly. Now the measurements, the guide is built off of a 300 by 300 build, which is what we're building, so that's good. If you're doing a 400, you just need to add 100 millimeters to the measurements. If you're doing a 500, you're adding 200 millimeters to the measurements. Oh, nice, Ash. That's pretty cool. Yeah, the 8-track Raven Alpha. Yeah, that's kind of like a big hat system that goes on top of your 2.4. And I think you have one of those, don't you, Chewy? So let me bring up the application because that will help you guys a little bit, won't it? There we go. Okay. So this goes together and it's going to feel an awful lot like IKEA furniture almost because we use these quick connect parts. So basically you're going to have a T-nut pin and a set screw, or a T-nut pin, an O-ring, the set screw, and the the housing. So the housing is going to go into the part, and the set screw is going to be preloaded to a certain point. You'll put in your T-nut pin, and then you'll basically screw down the set screw, and as you can see there, it's going to bring that in and lock it tight at a specific, I'll say torque, but clamping force. Yeah, pretty purple and gray one. Yep. Yeah, I know they've been working on the 8-track and then another revision. So they are looking at a couple of different options there that are pretty neat and cool. So it talks about how to actually use the quick set connectors, and let me just show you the pack here. So the other things that we'll be getting into is we've got a package of metal plates. So we'll be using these on our motor mounts and stuff. All of the belt here is 9mm thick belt. We do have our foam tape, VHB tape, the feet. So these are the feet. These things are quite a bit bigger than we're used to. These are more like, you know, heavy furniture feet. That's going to be pretty cool. And then we have the connector pack. And when I say we have the connector pack, I mean there's a bit of hoof tear. Okay, there's a bit of heft here. So let me kind of take a look in here and see what we got. This looks like the quick connects. This will be the T-nuts, which I'm not sure if we'll need in the anytime soon. This is going to be some cable sleeving, some 6x12 cap head screws, and for now, I think I'm going to leave the rest of this in here. Oh, look. The extra parts bag and everything in the extra parts bag is internally labeled with what it is. Extra quick connects and drop in T-nuts and everything. So that's a good thing. We'll have our bearings. We'll have other like tensioner arms and stuff. I think we'll get into a lot more of this as we move through. I think I just need these out initially for the base frame. So the rest of this is just going to sit over here for the time being. And we'll put this bag over here and dig into it when we need to. We're going to demonstrate how the quick connects operate. Initially, we're going to put the set screw in, but we don't want the set screw to poke through that hole. We want the set screw preloaded so that we can still get the T-post through it and then lock it in place, but we don't want it poking through to limit us. Then the T-post will come in from the end through that connector, and then as we twist that connector, it's going to pull that T-nut apart. Okay. So now that we know how to do that, let's see what we need to do. It looks like we're going to need to get a bunch of our connectors pre-made up. In fact, we're going to need 28 sets of these. I don't know how many we have here. Like supposedly 30. And yeah, so once again, we're going to talk about being ready and prepared. We've already got the set screws in there, and they're already pretty much at the right spot so that we can put our key fasteners in there and not snag on anything. So we're going to need some extrusions, and that would be this big box over here. So we're going to need a series of extrusions. Like I said, all of this is 30-30, and I'm going to have to figure out what sizes I have in here. You only need specific sizes to start with. Okay. 540. So we need 540s. Okay. So unless there's different size ones in here, and these, I think all these are long ones. It'd be way longer than 540, and everything we're looking for 540 or less. So these four, I'm going to assume, are the main uprights. And set this aside and grab the next layer. See what we have in the next layer. This looks like four more of my 540s. Hey, Darth Gollum, welcome on in. Thank you for the raid, my friend. Thank you, thank you. We are starting to build our RatRig V-Core 4. This is the latest V-Core from the folks over at RatRig. And we're just trying to get our parts out and verify the size and make sure that we get the right extrusions out to start with and get them laid out. Yep, these are 540s as well. So 540s. There should be 5 of them. And there are. And the other one was 475. 475, I will need 4 of those. Actually, 6 of them total. But 2 of them will have different type of yeah. This is what I'm trying to talk about. It'll have extra holes in them. Through holes. So, oops. They'll have these extra through holes in them. So we'll need to be aware of that. That we'll have 2 of them that'll have the extra through holes in them. Now, are we taking bets to see how many times I knock these over? Yep, always making cool things. We still have our Milo mini mill sitting over here. I haven't moved it out to the garage yet, or the shed. It is destined for one of those 2 places, though. Down the road. Okay, and then these will be the last 3 frames that we'll need. So this will be 440. So we've got 3 at 440, 4 at 475, 2 at 475 with extra machining, and then 5 at the 540 millimeters. So here we go. I've got those staged right down here by my feet. I have not used the mill yet, so give me 1 second here to add off. Yep. So our Milo is sitting right over here on the ground. Um, we've got everything wired up. I figured out how to wire up the VFD. What I need to do now is figure out if I can at least turn it on and run the initial self test and like verification steps. We'll say commissioning steps on a 15 amp circuit. So a lot of people that got their kits and a lot of people that have already done their builds have been using the 1.5 kilowatt. This is the 2.2 kilowatt, which says it specs out at 17 and a half amps. But I don't plan on running the spindle like full bore and actually cutting with it. I just need to run through the initial steps. And I don't know if that will take down the circuit. Right now, I don't have a 20 amp outlet in this room, nor do I have one in the garage, which is right below this room. I'm going to have an electrician come out and install some circuits. And if they're going to install circuits downstairs in the garage, I want them to add two back here behind the, where the printers are at, so I can run them on 20 amp circuits as well. Simply because I keep popping this breaker, and I would prefer to try and separate the 3D printers from the streaming setup, the work setup, and everything else. But if I need to for now, hey Mad Cat, how's it going? If I need to for now, I can take the mill out to the shed, because I do have 20 amp circuits in the shed, because that's where I run my Shape Oko and all my wood tools. The problem being there is I don't have a setup. I don't have a streaming setup out there. So I'd have to just be like on my laptop over Wi-Fi with a single camera and hope and pray that the Wi-Fi is good enough. Exactly. Exactly. So yeah. So we've got these. I'm gonna say they're pre-done and ready to go. Quite honestly, unless got the 28 connectors, we'll say prepared. Oh, there we go. We need to install these on both sides of all of the rails that we just pulled out. So in all of our rails, we've got our large through holes here. And what's going to happen is these connectors are going to go down through the hole, and then our T-nut is going to come in through the side, and we've got this milled slot in it. It'll come through the side just like that, run the set screw down, and that locks this in place. Um, I don't think we actually locked them in place all the way. I think we're just basically getting them in there and then turning this set screw enough that it will hold the um, T-nut in place. Okay, so let me try and get this other one lined up. So we've got these O-rings on here, and these O-rings are actually getting pulled into that end to create a seal. And it does add a lot more rigidity and stiffness to the part overall. So that is pretty interesting kind of setup. Like I said, I'm not doing them all the way. Still gives them a little bit of wiggle room. I'm not sure. I don't think I'm supposed to put them in all the way. I need a little bit of wiggle room because we will be sliding these on other rails. Okay. The first one done. These three are shortest ones, and they go on all three sides or both ends on each one of these. So one. All right, I did get that. Maybe not. Missing something there. First two are great. Now I'm having like, we'll call it performance issues. There we go. Like I said, I'm not trying to lock it down. I'm just trying to get the set screw started. So once again, there's a set screw in here for those that just joined. We've got this V-shaped cutout in here. This is going in, and then we're turning this set screw, and the set screw has a point. So as it gets in here, we'll pull this in snug and create a very good secure joint across these parts. And like I said, it's kind of reminiscent of IKEA furniture connectors. Right? So if you've done any IKEA furniture stuff lately, you probably feel this. Hey Pezliz, how is it going? Hope you're feeling a little bit better. Hope you are feeling better. Come on. Yeah, fun. We're starting a new build, so and this is like I said, giving me shades of IKEA here. These are pretty good tolerance parts as well, so there's the first three. Now we're going to do the next four, which will be the next size up. We have four of these that are the same, and then two that are slightly different. We'll get these first four done, and then we'll get the other two figured out. Darn it. And this really isn't that hard. It's just trying to get two pieces to be lined up appropriately. Push in and give a little bit of compression there, and it makes it easier to drive that set screw in. And like I said, I'm not 100% sure right yet. I'll reread the directions to see if I'm supposed to put these in there way tight. I don't think I am. I think we're just supposed to get them initially started. And then we'll lock these in once we slide them on the rail. YouTube video is out in 3 minutes. Cool. Yeah, I was sitting there. I saw a post from Zombie, and I sent a message. Was like, okay, so when is this stuff dropping? And about that time, I looked and realized, oh wait, this is the In Living Color Twitch stream going on now, which I thought was Wednesday night. So this was an out of band stream because of the launch and probably because Liz was not feeling well last night. But it was good to catch her and Zombie today. Come on. And just like the IKEA furniture, you have to have this in the right, I'll say, direction, or it won't slip in. So if this thing twists some as you're dropping it down in there, it won't line up appropriately. Let the end part go into the groove. And all of the access holes here and stuff are CNC machined. So everything's cut to the correct size and then CNC machined. So you can count that all of your um, bolts and locking parts are going to be in the actual appropriate spot. Now, these two parts are critical, so we have to take a look here. The ensure the quick connector set screws are facing the same size as the M8 screw head holes. Okay, so in this part, we've got, these end pieces, right? And this is what we're doing the connectors with. We can come in this way, we can come in through this way. Well, this side has the larger cutout for the M8 bolts. So this is the top side. So we want our connectors down in from this direction as well. So Has has anybody here actually built a RatRig before? I'm curious to know. And because I've never built one, I never built a 3 dot one RatRig, so or three or any of the RatRigs before. If so, I'd be interested to know how well this compares to like the system used on the V-Core 3, whether it's the same type of locking system on the bolt sides here or not. I think this is a new fastening mechanism for the 4. Okay, so those are done now as well. We've got 5 more left to do. And these are the 5, I guess, longer uh, base frame, longer base. The next size up, well, as there's one set of larger ones that are going to be the uprights. So much information to absorb. Yes. And you had a guess. Yes. The one and only zombie hedgehog was with you. So that was good. A little bit of Z and Z on in the middle of the week. Oi. Okay. Done. I'll say the nice thing about this locking mechanism is it pretty much assures that your locking T-nuts for the side blind joints are going to be straight up and down perpendicular, and it's going to pull things nice and tight using the using those uh, O-rings. Like it seems a little weird, but it should prove to be a pretty good fastening system. Darn it. And 2 more. Then we'll have to clear these back off the desk because I won't have room to assemble anything if I don't. Once again, I'm choosing to build a 300 size. They do make a 400 and a 500 size, but really anything over 300 size just becomes a pain in my current, we'll say, shop area that I have to work with here. So the zombie, I know you popped in earlier. Are you working on, like, what build are you working on at this point? Are you switching back over to one of your stealth or tap changer builds, or? Okay. So all of these are now done, and the ends are preloaded with the connectors and T-nuts. This is just talking about the different size machine as well. Have the following extrusions and frame jig near you to proceed. Okay, they're going to be near me because they're going to be down by my feet, sitting down here. And put them back where they were. Okay. So 340/40s, yes. 2 with the extra connectors. 4 regular, 2 with the extra connector holes. 5 of the big extrusions, yep. 2 T-slot 30/30 milled extrusions at 750 millimeters. And 2 with a bunch of M3 by M4 holes. That would be over here in that first layer that we pulled out. And the difference here is 2 of these have these M3 holes in them. And you'll see that there's offset. This one and this one are closer together than this one and this one are. So this end will be the top end, and the other end will be the bottom end. Those will be the fronts, I believe. Okay. And we're going to need a tool jig. Kind of up here at the top. This is going to be used as an alignment jig. We've got all of our extrusions right down here by my feet. We've got our little alignment piece. 130/60 extrusion at 540 millimeters. And that's in a different box, which I think I have up here. I hope I do. If not, I'll whimper. 30/60 at 540 millimeters. And there you go. So this did come in 6 different boxes. And then I got a 7th box from Mandala Roseworks with the enclosure panels. So the RatRig itself is 6 different boxes. So there's our fairly chunky 30/60. A little bit beefier than we're used to. Okay. So we have everything now. We're going to need T-slot 475. Sure the M8 holes are oriented in the correct direction. So in this case, we're going to use one of our 475s that have the extra 2 holes in them. And blow this up real fast. So we want to see these up. This would be the front side. This would be the rear side. So for giggles, tape is on the front. All right, our tape is on the front. We're going to need 2 30/30 70 millimeters. Okay. And one's going to have our 3 holes in here. There we go. 3 holes with the 2 holes that are closer together. That is the top side, and that's going to be at the front. So this would be facing me. This is going to come right down over this T-nut. So that T-nut's oriented that way. Would come down just like that. Now what I'm going to do, lay this down forward because that's going to give me the ability to use my 1, 2, 3 blocks to hold tight as I pull this connector and okay. And one that goes on the rear side. Same type of thing. Scoot that over a bit. Slide this down. Your connector's too tight, just roll your set screw out some. Oh. And once again, we're going to use a 1, 2, 3 block on the outside in a vertical orientation. The other one's laying down. That's going to allow me to really cinch these two together to keep a standard side or make sure that the bottom is flat. And as I lock that connector, this should come over and now be in there with no rocking like this. 1, 2, 3 block. These two parts are locked together once again with our 3 holes over here, which I've got a blue piece of tape just signifying that that's the front of my printer there. What we're going to be looking at, everything is aligned at the base. And we want to make sure, as seen here in the pictures, that we're flush at the bottom, that our pillars aren't high or lower than the. We want to make sure that our pillars are in the same plane with the bottom here, which is why I was doing a 1, 2, 3 block. This might ever so slightly be off. So let me. No, that went the other way. Okay. Any fine adjustments, you want to do that as we're going through the build, just to make sure that we're doing good. So we're going to lay the assembly on a flat surface to ensure that the frame stays square and that these are not rotated out of whack while we're using our quartz tabletop here. And line the extrusions, make sure they're flush, tighten the quick connectors to secure the extrusions together, which we did. Always verify the strength of the connection between the 2 extrusions. If the connector is not strong, loosen the set screw and ensure that the T-nut pin groove is positioned appropriately. Then you can use a spare 30-30 to hold at the bottom to try and align everything. We're going to repeat these steps. These steps into on a schematic. Now we're going to need one of the 40-40s. And the 40-40. Oh, yeah. One of our 3 ones or the other one? Go. Our 40-40 is the one that we only had 3 of. Line the T-nut pin with the bottom extrusion slot. Insert the T-nut in the bottom extrusion. Confused. So I thought we already had the T-nut in there. T-nut out now. Find the T-nut. Okay, there we go. Now I understand what we're doing. Now I understand. Okay. Um, so we're just getting this lined up, and just like a T-nut, we'll we're going to line this up um, horizontally and just set it down in the groove. And what we'll do is we'll take this and we will turn it slowly, and that will lock in our T-nut. We've got to get the other bar at the top slid in first. So this is going to be big. Need another one of our 475s, and this one does not have the extra holes drilled in it. And we do need to slide this down where our T-nuts are right groove. And this will work its way down. You just have to take your time, go slow, and bring them down at the same rate. Otherwise, you'll bind it one way or the other. And once again, with our T-slot going horizontal this way, be able to bring this bar down into it like so. Okay, now we need to T-nut pin. The T-nut pin went up in here. Now the T-nut pin is in both this one and the one at the bottom. We're going to take this and rotate it gently like that. Now our T-nut is vertical in that slot, so I can slide it back and forth, but I can't move that back off. So now we're going to insert the frame jig on the assembly as shown. So I'm going to scoot the assembly forward, see what I'm doing here. And we're going to take our assembly jig, going to go in this orientation, going to put it down on there and push that edge up against the side here. That's going to help lock things in. And I don't know if you can tell, but this connecting pin is right here in this groove. This one's lining up directly in this groove, or this hole opening here. Got that there. Going to make sure the frame jig is inserted all the way, completely flush with the extrusion, which is this way, and push down. We're going to lay the assembly on a flat surface, which we are. Push it to the right, eliminating any play between the jig and the frame. Got that. Then we're going to tighten this quick connector right here. So with me applying downward pressure right here with my finger, that is right about where the joint is between this vertical and horizontal. So that should be making this joint nice and flush between the work surface and this plane here. So Now we're going to do the other end here. So I'm just going to slide this towards me. We're going to do the same thing up here. Just rotate this around the other way. So making sure that everything lines up. Everything's pushed over this way tight. That we're doing downward force against this whole thing. And then we'll tighten this up. And check the tightness. And yes, everything is nice and tight and pulled together. Kind of what we're left with. We want to ensure the distance between the end of the extrusion, so top of the extrusion here, and to this side is 250 mil. And once we have that, then we can secure that frame. What I'm going to do is I'm going to turn this around so that you guys can see what I'm doing. Just because of the way my camera is, I don't have it fully over center over the workbench just yet. So what we need to do is measure this gap from here to there. We're looking for 250 mils, so we'll use our smaller ruler. And that is right at 250 mil. Then we're going to tighten this quick connector. Going to make sure and feel that everything is nice and flush and straight. Then once again, I'm going to come back and verify that I'm still at 250 mil, which I am. $250 mil up here as well. It didn't. I'm going to go ahead and tighten this one too. Nice and tight. And we're going to put a top piece in here. And I think I'm going to flip this back around to do that top piece. Going to be another one of our 470 or 475 extrusions, but ones that just have the connectors with no other holes or anything in them. Line that up, set up there. I am actually going to have to turn this back around. And as I go to secure these, I am going to use my 1, 2, 3 blocks again. Make sure that I'm sandwiched nice and good. A little bit off, but we'll fix that as we get the other side in here as well. Check that our joints are good, which they are. And this gives us our first frame. So the top is what you're seeing. This is the top. This is going to be the front. And so as we build these, we're going to build the exact opposite now. That up right there. So as you can see, we just did the left frame. Now we need to do a right frame. Same things that we just did before. So we're going to need our part with the two M8 thread holes here. The part that's got the 3M3 screws in it goes on the left side this time around. And go ahead and one side done. Now we're going to do the other side. Just going to slide that on there. We're going to use our 1, 2, 3 blocks to hold everything together and try and keep everything nice and square. Check the bottom with our finger. Okay, and that part is good. Now we're going to put our other 30 millimeter upright on this side of the part this time around. And same thing, we want to make sure that our bolts are facing the same way as all the bolts. So we're going to put that to the right, we'll roll it to the left. Just going to fit that in the gap there. And then we'll need to run one of our, what were these, 4 somethings down the top, 475s down the top. Those were 475s. Oh, that's the other small one. Okay, so we've got that in. We're going to take this one and rotate it 90 degrees. And we're going to use our block again to align everything. We're going to get everything pushed over and pushed down. And tighten that. So nice and tight. Good and flush. We check for squareness with our square again. We're going to come up here and we're going to do the same thing, just in reverse. This is going to help lock everything in. That, I'm not sure. So something's not right here. Yeah, so see that peg wasn't in the right spot. So we're going to have to see if we can get it there without having to take things apart. I think that's going to be where we need it. Get this locked back in, pushed over, push down. Go. Tighten that up while I'm here with everything lined up. I'm going to tighten this end up. That should lock us in at a 90-degree angle here. Come on. Yep, no wiggle, no rock. We're going to flip this around. And this is already locked down, but I want to make sure that this is 250 mils on the length. And it is right there. It is right there. Tighten that down and check one last time. And nothing moved. And so we've got to do this end now with the last of our 470 frames. 475 mil parts. And how's it going, Additive Adam? Welcome in. Welcome in. Welcome. Happy Thursday. Yeah, God, it is Thursday, isn't it? The only good thing about that is that means tomorrow's Friday. Week is done. And that top is lined up and flush with the ends of these parts. So there we go. That was quickly done. I'm going to set it next to the other one and make sure that the fronts and stuff are set up right. And me which camera's real fast. So going to go like this. So our 8mm bolts come in from the outside at this double center point. Our extra rails are in the front, right? The extra rail here is in the front, and all of our connectors are accessible from the outside, not from the inside. That means everything is in the right position according to the manual so far. Now we're going to need our right frame. Excuse me, left frame, this side. Put this one down here. Take the 3060. We'll have right there. And we're going to use two M8 by 40 cap head screws. Now we haven't got any M8 by 40s out yet. So let's find those in our bag of fasteners. They're 40mm long, so they're going to be fairly long, which would hopefully make it easier to find. Five. We're just going to do a bag dump and then we'll grab some stuff and put it back in. Tensioner bodies, corner brackets, D-motor pillows. I know we're going to need that. Some 4x100s, 5x60. M8 by 40. And we'll be dumping and pulling this in and out as we go through the build, but for now it's just going to be easier to keep things off the work surface so that we can go through and do the build. We're going to wind up needing 4 of these, but okay. So what is it going to tell us to do? We want T-slot 306540. We're going to line it in the 2 holes in the side subframe. Use 2 M8 by 40 bolts. So one of those through here. And you know, I'm going to put a little bit of Loctite on these. Don't expect to take these off anymore. Hey Pete, how's it going? We'll go ahead and put some Loctite. These are through bolts. They're going all the way through the 36 or the 3030 and into the 3060. So with these being 40mm bolts, they're going to be going in about what, 10mm, going through a 3030, then into the 3060. We're working on the frame build for the RatRig V-Core 4 300 size build. See what else. 300 size build. We're going to be doing hybrid motor on this. So that'll be pretty neat and cool as well. That'll give us 2 extra motors. So it's a Core XY, but we're going to have the 2 extra motors for the Y. And that'll give us more torque for that axis, which should allow us to ramp up some speeds a little bit more. Okay, so that's nice and square. Should be flush there. So we've got that done. Now we're going to need to put 2 540 mil extrusions. And we're going to slide these up from the bottom, which means our connector needs to be facing up. So we're just going to lift this up, set it down on that T-slot, bring our 1, 2, 3 blocks over to this side, and push the camera back here. So we've got our 1, 2, 3 blocks on either side. And do our little squish squish with the 1, 2, 3 blocks to keep everything nice and tight. Maybe. There we go. And we're going to tighten this connector up, which will draw this into this upward pillar here. Little off, so we'll take that back. Uh-oh. Okay. Yeah, let's think about that. Got to be rotated so that the piece is facing outward, so that the T-nut itself is, this screw has to face out. Words were becoming hard, so. There we go. That makes more sense. Do it so that the connector is actually going to be, I don't know, cinching down on something that's going to be metallic and critical. We'll scoot this over. We're going to do the same thing over here. Once again, our T-nut is going to be in a horizontal position versus a vertical position, which means these screws need to be pointing to the outside in order to be, you know, lined up in the slots and actually screw anything down. So Pete, how are you doing today? what are you working on, my friend? Something's not right there, so we're gonna pop this out and take a look at it. Just for whatever reason, it felt like it wasn't gripping and pulling in tight. All right, so see, that does not feel very tight. So something on this particular connector does not seem to be tightening up. I'm just going to back this out and check this whole connector and see what's up. Sorry, folks, I'm just trying to make sure that this is nice and tight. Still getting a little bit of play one way or the other. It's like I think I just overcorrected that. Okay. So now we've got our upright end, our center 3060, and our 3030s on the side. Now we're going to flip this around. Just squaring everything up and yep, tightening those two. Now we're going to bring the other side in. So I'm going to take and rotate this around 180 degrees. Try my best not to dump this on the ground. A little bit out of weight there maybe. And we want our frames to be facing the same direction. And I'm going to attempt to get my M8 bolts in first from the front here, and that will at least help to get things a little more stable. Because these are through bolts, I am putting Loctite on these. I did not put any Loctites on these locking set screw cam connectors. I might check, and if they do recommend that either in the Discord or something, then I will obviously be more than happy to pop those out one at a time and put some Loctite on them. And I'm not going to cinch these down right away. I'm just going to get them fairly close to tight. You're in process on the Milo. Nice. So I say that, and then I think what I'm going to do is I am going to 1, 2, 3 blocks in here, make sure everything's nice and tight. Okay, that's looking good. Now we're going to lock in each side. What I'm doing is trying to use the outer block. I'm trying to hold it up against the upright, push with the other one, make sure I got a good corner there. Slide that one forward and lock this down. So I don't know if you can hear that, but I'm catching. So this moved inward some, so it's not flush with the outside. So we'll back that off. Do just like that. Now we got to come over here and do the other side as well. And do the same type of thing. We're going to hold this straight, push over from the inside, kind of set that location. Okay, and make sure that everything is nice and flush and pushed down on the bottom if it needs to be pushed down on the bottom. I think we are. So we've got our main frame. The front is this side. The back over here. Front is this side. The rear is this side. We've got our cross members on the bottom done and locked in on both sides. This being the rear, we're going to have another piece that goes in here, which is our last 40-40, right? So the same size that we used here. We're going to line the T-nut so that it's with the bottom extrusion so it can slip in there. Then we're going to rotate it. T-nut milled extrusion 440, line the T-nut with the bottom extrusion slot, insert the T-nut in the bottom extrusion slot, T-slot 340 or 330 milled 540. This is bringing one down from the top. So once again, we're going to keep this facing the side so that our T-nut is going this way. So that we bring this down from the top. It can come down there and mate, and we'll rotate that at 90 degrees that way. Carefully rotate the set screws, rotate the T-slot. So the quick connectors are now in there. Insert the frame jig on the assembly. So we're going to take our frame jig and we're going to set this on the assembly. And I didn't mention it before, but these have alignment pegs in them so that they align on this extrusion and this extrusion. And it does so in such a way that any screws that you needed to touch or adjust are going to be accessible. Okay. Now what we're going to need to do is set this distance here. So it should be 235 millimeters from this edge to the edge of this printed part. 235 millimeters. Needs to get towards me. Good. So once again, what we're going to do is we're going to push this in tight so it lines these up on a plane. And we're going to screw this in and lock this into the bottom piece. Probably put one of these in the back here just to make sure there's no rocking. This didn't twist any, and it did not. And Now we're going to take this jig piece and move it up to the top. Basically do the same thing. We're going to jig it in there. Want to make sure that we're at 235. Give us a right angle. I'm going to grab my 1, 2, 3 block and put it there to kind of compress it back to front. And then we'll tighten this down. Pop that out. We should be flush. And we should be sitting in here without any play, which we are. Still loose here on the sides. Oh, sorry about that. Desk roll time. Got that, we verified that. Tighten the quick connector to secure the extrusion together. Here are the upper motor mounts. So we need to get our motor mount plates. And there will be a set of plates in this bag. Plate lower right. Upper, these are the uppers. Okay, move some things around here. What you guys think of this build so far? Additive Atom, the IDEX kits are not out yet. This is a 300 by 300 V-Core 4, and I do have the hybrid motor kit. So I will have the hybrid Y-axis motor kit on this. Hey, Royal Nomi, welcome on in. So I'm going to try and, let's see, do that camera. I can tell you everything is well packaged, everything is well labeled on this kit so far. When we get to the printed parts, all the printed parts, they come with the kit. They're in ABS, so that's good. It's not like you're going to get PETG parts and then as soon as you want to enclose it, you have to reprint and rebuild the printer, because that would just really suck. Lower left, lower right. So they are ABS printed parts, and they have already had the heat set inserts pre-installed, which is nice. Lower left, lower right. So other than the way that the screws go in them. Like that. So I want, looks like this one. Nope. I want this. We want the, so whoops, on these parts, there's countersunk holes. There's 3 countersunk holes. And that's what it's pointing out. So based on how it's pointing it out and the orientation that we're matching, this is the plate we're going to do. We're going to add 4 screws here. And those 4 screws are going to be M6 by 12 cap heads with some T-nuts. And there's our T-nuts. And M12 by 6 cap head screws. M6 by 12, I should say, which are right here. So we got those out. We got the right ones out. Oh, not a problem, Nomi. So with the countersunk holes here, we're coming up from the bottom with our cap nuts, and we're going to put a hammerhead T-nut on it. As you're getting these preloaded, you just saw me kind of roll through it. Make sure that the threads on your T-nuts are good. If they're not good, it may go in like chunkily. That's a word. Okay, so there's our cap head screws that are going to be in there. Loosely thread the T-nuts on. Please note the T-nut should be on the same side as the countersunk screw. Yep. So there we go. There's the one plate. Let's get the other plate set up. And sorry, I am still getting used to having an overhead camera, so I may do things closer to me that are not on the camera. I'm trying to look up and make sure I'm doing things on camera. And once again, if you've got what I'll refer to as dirty threads, just kind of muscle through them with your hands. If you can muscle through them with fingers, you're good. If you're going to use, if you think, oh, I'm going to use a pair of pliers and a nut driver, stop. Just toss that T-nut to the side and get a different one. Those threads are too fouled, and you're going to be cross-threading the T-nut, and we'll call that a one-time use. Okay, so install the RatRig V-Core motor plate lower right on the right side of the assembly, which is, where am I here? This is right, this is left, because this is the front of the machine, and this is the back of the machine. We're going to come in on this side with the right one. We want to make sure that our T-nuts are lined up along the extrusion so that we can set them up in there. Then we're going to come in here and tighten these up. And of course, these are going to be 5mm driver. Get that one on there, and grab my 5mm over here. And what I'm trying to do is make sure that this plate is aligned along the extrusion back here and on the side here. So when I'm going and screwing these in, I want to make sure it's not at some weird angle, that it's at a 90-degree angle in here, and that that it's lining up with these extrusions. And now that we did that, I'm going to come in here with my 1, 2, 3 block, and there's no rocking movement. There's no rocky, which means this plate just tied these two together in the right plane. Because remember, these two corner screws have not been locked down yet. So now I'm going to lock that down. Lock it down as much as I can. I am going to crack these back off. All right, one side done. Now we need to do the same thing over on this side. So we're going to take our plate again and get our peanuts lined up in the appropriate direction. Set that up in place. I know this is a side that's fixed, so I want to try and do these first. Reaching over, making sure I'm flush, which I am. Now this plate should be holding this in the right place so that we're not rocking. A little bit of rock. No rock right there. Once again, I'm trying to rock it and I'm not hearing a rocking or wobbling. So that's good. Now I can come in here and tighten these two peanuts. Hey, Shrimp Father, welcome on in. And everything there should be nice and square. And we've got our lower motor mounts in now. I'm going to stop for a coffee break. So always verify the strength of the connections. Make sure that everything is tightening up and not able to be twisted and stuff. Remove the V-Core motor plate lower. Move the RatRig V-Core motor plate lower right assembly and set it aside. It will be used later. Guide. Repeat these steps for the other end of the extrusion, making the RatRig. Okay, so we were just using these right now to allow us to set these corners and make sure that we're square. Now it tells us to take these out. And we're going to do a frame checkpoint, right? This is the rear. This is the front. Our front has the extra verticals. And the quick connectors on this side are facing out. That's a good thing. We want all of our quick connectors facing, from the outside, because that way when we put a rail or something else on the inside, this quick connector is not going to be in the way. We've got our U shape like this. And in our front, we've got our 3 pass-through M3 screw holes. And there's no screw holes in these side columns back here. So from a frame check, we're good so far. Now we need to bring in our top frame over here. So we're going to do the top frame over here. And this, I'm thinking I'm going to probably rotate this over once I get these started. So quick connects facing the camera, which is the outside of the printer. And it's going to be a tight fit, so go slow. We don't want to scratch up our nice extrusions. Do want to get these in here and make sure that they're flush. So you see I'm putting 1, 2, 3 block up here so that I can hold it here in the corner, push it up. I'm going to snug this a bit, because that side over there is drooping. So bring this over here now. Hold it in that corner, push this up. This, okay, so what happened there? Other than I just made things not so happy right. All right, I'm going to do this, I'll say, a way I would normally do it then. Let's get some of these things out of the way so I don't make a mess. Of course, that's not going to work that direction. I got to move it this direction. There we go. What that's going to let me do is get my parts here. Okay. I'm going to slip this in this way. Now that things are down on a flat surface, I will come in with a 1, 2, 3 block. Try and keep everything at a nice 90 and cinch this down. I'll make sure that things stay flush and square. Okay. Now I'm going to turn this 180 degrees. And we'll do the same thing with the last extrusion. Once again, making sure the quick connects are facing the outside. Like that. Make our 90-degree corner here. '90-degree corner. And boom. We now have the top parts of our frame on. Oh, and hit the mouse, which just scrolled us. So let's roll back up here a bit. Okay, so by putting it down, face down, we're able to make sure that it is flat across the top, just like we did the bottom when we were doing the bottom down on here. This is my reference flat surface. So that's good. So yep, four corners top, four sides top, four sides bottom. Should be good. Everything is connected. Now it wants us to add the feet. So we're going to take all 4 feet and tighten them to the frame. And as you can tell, this is a pretty chunky printer already. And these are the feet. So I don't know if I've got a normal like Voron foot here, but I do have so these are the feet out of the Rook kit, off the Fabrico Rook Mark 1 kit versus these feet, right? A little bit of a size difference. And these are going to go in the bottom. So what I'm going to do is, while we have the frame like this, I'm going to hope and pray that these were tapped on both sides so it wouldn't matter. I'm just going to take these and screw them all the way down in there. And you'll be able to level the printer using these. So because these nuts will come out, I'm going to go ahead and take them all the way down to the foot. If I need to, I can use these, you know, unscrew it some. Okay, so that's level. I can now take this nut and unscrew it down to the frame and use it as a jam nut. And that'll keep, that'll help me level this. So for now, we're just making sure that the nut's all the way down against the foot, and we're just going to put these into all 4 corners. All right, so I haven't heard much from Pez Liz, so I am going to reach out and call Pez Liz out. Hey, Pez or Liz, are you drinking fluids and resting and relaxing? So we've got our feet on. Now we're going to need to get our base plate started. This is where it's going to get interesting because with these feet and stuff on, the feet aren't going to sit on my quartz countertop because my quartz countertop ain't big enough, right? So if I take this and flip it over, the feet are going to be on the table. Yeah, Liz, I asked if you were drinking lots of fluid and resting. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to sit this on the frame right now because, yeah, the 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 dimensions of the frame are too big for my quartz countertop. So, and I don't want to move this just yet. I'm going to sit this here on the frame and we're going to work on things from here. We need to prep our bottom panels, which I think are in this bottom of this box. And they are. Oh. And in case there is any doubt, this frame or these plates here are heavy. I think this is steel. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that these are steel. And they're probably like 2 mil thick steel. So kind of crazy, but it's going to add some heft and some heft at the base of the printer. And let's see, how do we check to see if it's steel? Well, my magnets stick to it, so that's steel. So, yes, the steel plates. And we're going to set up on our steel plates. We're going to need steel plates, M6 washers, M6 by 12 cap head screws, and 19 30-30 T-nuts. So we're going to need our T-nuts again. Gonna get a few out there. We're going to need our M6 by 12s. Again, I'm just going to get a handful out for now. And we're going to need some washers. Got a boost of adrenaline from today? Yeah. No. Oop. Washer simple M6 black. Good enough for me. Okay. And we're going to get a handful of these out as well. So what we're going to need to do is I'm just going to quickly check to see if there's any. I don't see any countersinking, so I think this is unidirectional. It doesn't matter which side we go in from. So this is the rear panel. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 on this side, and we're going to do a cap head screw a washer come up from underneath and put a lock nut on, or not a lock nut, a T-nut on. So screw, washer, come up from the underside, and then put a hammerhead T-nut on. And this is going to be a pretty rigid, I do mean rigid, um, printer because of, you know, having the 3030 aluminum extrusion. It's a little bit bigger than a Voron. We're doing this metal bottom plate, which is going to add more heft to the base. And it is going to be a triple lead screw system, just like we're used to with, say, a Trident. But we're going to have all this weight and mass at the bottom. And then, of course, at the back with the electronics panel that'll sit on the back side of the printer. Uh-oh. Hey there, Aussie Doggy. Welcome on in. Welcome on in. We got a Polymaker raid. Uh-oh. Hey, Dandelion. Hey again, Pez Liz. K2 Kevin. Aussie Doggy, welcome on in. Welcome on in. What we're going to need to do now is we're going to try and align our T-nuts as best we can. So the sides are going to go for this channel. The rear is going to go horizontally this way. The front's going to go horizontally as well. And we're just going to push this in and set it down and see how many of our T-nuts are not in there aligned properly. But eventually, once things get lined up, all your T-nuts and stuff will drop down into their respective places. There we go. And that panel is now there. So now we can go through and secure down the panel just by working all of our M6 by 12 T-nuts. Yes, this is huge. I'm actually like leaning up into the printer right now. You made Nicor cry? Uh-oh. Why'd you make Nicor cry? Hey, Da Vinci, welcome in. Thanks for the follow, WKI9. Yeah, I do have the drop game on this window, this scene. Now I have my stream open twice because you were in it and then Polymaker raid. Yeah. Hey, Edge 3D, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. MakerMind Nexus, welcome in. How'd your stream go, my friend? How did I get here? Polymaker rated over. Yeah, Destiny. There you go. You've played with one of these, right? You had the 500 or whatever they had at Remurf that was making its way around the states. One day maybe you'll have one. Yeah. Not sure why. Yeah, because I thought you were following, but who knows? Hey, 10 Talents, thank you for the drop. So all of these feel like they're secured down. I'm not feeling any spot where they're not, where the T-nut didn't rotate around. So that feels good. Now we need to do the same thing for the front panel here. So let me reallocate my supplies here. And we're going to go through and do the same thing for the front panel by prepping our bolts and nuts. And let me grab that last one. And Edge 3D can probably tell you that this sucker is pretty darn heavy. You also have the mini mill. Yeah. And once again, this one is also, I'll say what? It's double-sided, so it doesn't matter which side you put your screws and nuts in from. It's going to be the same. Just remember screw, washer, and then your M6 nut. £88 for the 350 when it's put together. Yeah, that's kind of rough. For the 350, this is a 300 by 300. There's a 400 and a 500. There isn't a 350. Oh, I say there isn't a 350. Might as well be a 350. There's enough room in this printer that you can run 4 spools of filament inside at the bottom of the printer. And I believe they do have plans for an internal MMU system, or well, an MMU system, but one that you can put on the inside. Yeah, £88. Yay. So another chonky boy printer. Yeah, at some point I got to bring Evil Diesel back over here, and he's going to help me bring Black Box up here now that I have the lower portion of Black Stack built. Folks that just came in on the raid from Polymaker, if you would be so kind as to double click my icon down at the bottom left of your screen, that will bring you fully into my stream and helps with my numbers. You know, we're all doing this to try and get our numbers up at some point in time. That, and I like to really know how many of you are actually in here hanging out with me. What did you guys do to make Nicor cry? 3 more of these. Like, was it a good cry, a bad cry? I mean, I'm sure if he was crying, it was an ugly cry, but he made himself cry. It was a good cry. Oh, he got a big promotion. Awesome. Was that at Polymaker or at his other day job? He's moving up with Polymaker. Nice. Nice. Polymaker will be his day job. See, that's what I need to do because, yeah, I'm just saying I need to work one of those things because this day job of mine is getting old. Either that or I'm getting old. I don't know, one of the two. No, what it is they're trying real hard to bring the old crusty tech sergeant out of me, and I don't think they'll like it because when he comes out, he doesn't get put away too easily. All right. So with that, we're going to do the same thing. We're going to try and get these in here quasi lined up in the right direction. But we're going to have a fun time because we've got these tabs. These tabs need to go down between the gaps in these extrusions. We actually have to put it up at an angle, get one side sort of in, bring it down, and now we get to play which way did things rotate. We get all of our T-nuts rotated back in the right direction. There we go. That's a pretty nice fit. So now that we got that, we're gonna just start going through and screwing these down. If you want out of your day job, yeah. It's getting stressful, dude. I get it. I do. I do computer security, so with everything in the headlines, everybody's getting their, uh, everybody's freaking out and getting worried about, ooh, could we be the next one in the front page news? And well, not if you listen, but yeah, that's good for Nicor. That's really good. Okay, and all those feel good. That is solid. That is a lot more rigid and solid than even an ACM panel. Because like I said, that is steel. Um, as seen once again, magnet. Oh, and we're back to coffee. Okay. Now what's up? We've got these in. Things are good. And I had read ahead. That's why I knew what to do here was kick it, put it down in there, align everything, tighten all the screws down, and then we're into the Z-axis assembly. This is going to be great. So at this point, I'm going to try and move the beast off the table and put it on the ground next to me because it's Liz's favorite time, which is lube time. So let's take this and get it down on the floor there. And we'll grab our little lube station set up here. Now, interestingly enough, there are two different types of rails here. The Z rails are going to be using MGN 15. MG15, I think, something like that. They are supplied with protective oil coating on them. It's strongly recommended to prepare your work surface with paper towels and to wear disposable gloves. The oil on the rails protects them from rusting. You must either replace the oil after cleaning, as directed below, or make sure not to remove all the original oil during preparation. An easy solution to both protect and lubricate the rails is using a light oil such as 3-in-1 or sewing oil. And you guys know that I tend to use, this is just 3-in-1 PTFE lubricant. And every once in a while, I'll just take a little bit of this and wipe down all my rails. Yes, lube responsibly. Yeah, Liz, were you there when I was doing the Talon Call build the other day? Because Apulo, like, he had me gobbing the lube on. Like, I probably put more lube in the plunger tube on my Talon Claw than I've done on a couple printers. It was kind of bad. All right, so once again, I'm just going to get a few more paper towels up here and be ready. Now the rails that we have, once again, we've got two different types of rails between the X and Y and the Z. Remove the plastic stops installed on each end of the layer rail. More advanced users may wish to fully grease the rails and carriages with a specialized bearing lubricant. It is important to use the correct grade and make sure there are no additives such as PTFE, graphite, molybdenum disulfate, etc. The recommended grade of grease is EP00 or EP000. What is in my tubes is Mobilux EP2. That's the grease that I use. It's the grease I've always used on all my linear rails, so that is what we're going to use. And so, once again, we've got these are our Y rails. We've got a lone X rail over there. I think that's a lone X rail. And then these should be our Z axis rails. And this is how everything has been packaged. It has been very well wrapped. So and trying not to be frustrated, just get out the scissors, but I think I'm going to. And I will say that at this point, it is going to be worthwhile to probably get my gloves on because I'm starting to feel a little bit of oiliness. So we'll get the gloves on now. And once again, we're going to wipe these down. We'll pop these off and put some EP2 Mobile X grease on them. And then get the carriages back on there and be ready to go ahead and bring our printer back up here and do some more stuff. So. Okay, they are sealed. Then I'm just going to carefully wipe these down a little bit. I'm not trying to take everything off of them. I just want to get a little bit of the oil off. Make life easier so I don't get it all over everything. Me included. And interestingly enough, these rails, I'm curious to see them on a 3D printer because normally where I see these rails called out and these chunky rails, because I mean that's a chunky boy rail there, right? Normally where I see these are in like CNC machines. And yeah, that would be an oil port or a grease port. You can unscrew that and put grease directly into your ball bearings right there. And normally on these, they actually pull those out and they actually put a dedicated grease zerk port in there. They can use an actual grease gun to grease with. These are, I want to say, HG15 rails. Yeah, prepare and assemble the HG15 rails. So there's no stoppers in here, and what I tend to do is I'm going to go ahead and pull the carriage partially off. I'm going to put some EP2 grease down in there. I'm going to try, remove the stopper off your grease syringe. It works a lot better. One of these will get down in there. And I'm just going to add lubricant on top of the balls. And then with my finger, just kind of work it down in there. Now gently slide the rail back on. Making sure you don't lose any of your balls. Get a little bit of excess grease that comes off. And work the rail some. This is going to move that grease that we just put in through the rails, and I'm going to turn it around, and I'm going to take it off the opposite side now so I can make sure that I'm getting both sides of the rail greased. You can probably go in and get a pretty good amount in here. These are definitely some deeper bearing channels than we're used to working with. Thanks for the alert, Shrimp Father. Okay. Then we'll just move on to the next one. Same thing. Move it half off one side. Squirt your grease in there. And once again, the oil that's in there, you could use a good light oil. But the problem is just oil will break down quicker than grease will. So that's why the majority of us switch over to a grease. Now, I'm not going to go through and go full tilt and degrease all of the ball bearings out of here, take all the ball bearings, basically take the carriage apart, clean everything, get all the, we'll say, the packing oil off, and then put fresh grease in. I've yet to do that, even on craptastic Chinesium rails, because I've never found that it's made much of a difference. And if you get a good quality rail, it's not going to make much of a difference. In fact, you might even make it worse. And hey, Evil Diesel, how are you doing, friend? We are working on the next big printer, apparently, which is the V-Core 4. And dude, the Z-axis on this is running HG15 rails. And these things are just massive. These things are massive. Oh yeah. Um, they are beefy, that's for sure. And beefy, greasy. And the they do have provisions for Zerk fittings, or you can just pop these off and lubricate them on the rail. So if we put these on the rail in the right way, we should have access to these if we ever need to come back in here and re-grease them down the road. So something to be aware of. And when I say if we put them on the rail the right way, it would be with that Zerk fitting facing up so that we can get in from the top and either put a proper Zerk fitting on it or take it off so that we can try and squirt some more of our EP2 using a syringe in there. Hey, I pack you. How are you? Yes, rail lubricant is important. Like I said, some people are of the oil does the trick. I will use a light PTFE based 3-in-1 oil to put a light coat on the rail to keep any rails from um, rusting over time. But as far as the actual ball bearings go, I do like to use Mobilux EP2 grease and get some grease in here. Um, I'm doing pretty good. Work stress stuff, but I mean, if you're not stressed out with work, I don't know. But work pays the bills and gets me toys like this to play with. So and all I'm doing here is just using my finger to try and push that grease that I put on top of the balls down between the balls some. Because otherwise, if I don't and I just slide the rail through there, all of the grease I put in would come out on the end versus just a little bit of it. So one there, one there. Yeah, work does that. So you doing good, Evil Diesel? Okay, and once again, be careful. You don't want to drop these off the, drop the carriages off the rail. That turns into a bad day fairly quickly. And once again, try and stay clean. Keep your work surface clean. The last thing you want to do is get grease all over the place and then keep transferring it around. Okay, we've got our 3 rails. Talks about 2 alignment tools, the 3 HG15 rails, 21 M4 by 16 cap head screws. Okay. M4 by 16 cap heads. Those will be in here somewhere. Three M4 by 16 cap heads. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume I'm going to need some M4 by 16 or M4 by 16, M4 T-nuts. Yep. Oh, could that be it? Oh, good God. 3030 M4, yes. Okay. So here's our 10 by 4 millimeter magnets. Those are going to stay right there. Screws, drop in T-nuts. Okay. All right. Loosely thread the nut into every hole in the linear rails. There's more depending on which side that you're using. But what we're going to do basically is M4 with a T-nut at each of these spots. And to get us ready. Few those out. Few these out. All right. So, Dan, how did your stream go? Hopefully well. You were working on the K-Touch, right? The K1 Creality version of the Panda Touch. And is that just, I mean, is that literally the same device just with a different front end on it? I mean, I'm assuming it's basically a clipper pad, but I'm assuming that the firmware would be slightly different for Creality versus a Bamboo. Dan's over there just chilling out, saying, "How long can I make Digital Dragon talk to himself on stream?" All right. There's one set. Seriously, you're supposed to stay up on your edge. Stay up on your edge. So, Ipaku, how are you? You came over on the Polymaker raid, right? And so, what's your 3D printing background? And if I've met you in real life and I'm not making the connection with your username, I apologize. Um, yes, with the little one. Because I bet Mrs. Dragon would go see Deadpool. No? Okay. Well, I don't know. I mean, some people take their little ones to there. Yeah, it's very not PG-13, though, that's for sure. Don't think she's ready for that? Ah, young grasshopper. They grow up so fast. They grow up so fast. Okay. One in the middle here. Give her a few months. We're starting horror movies. Okay. And you see when I'm grabbing these, I'm trying to grab them from the top and the bottom, not from the side. So when you do your linear rails like this, the majority of your grease is going down into this channel because that's where your balls are engaging, ball bearings are engaging. Um, Anything that's on the top and bottom is just stuff that's going to get wiped away anyhow. So, and by wiped away, I mean by the wipers on the linear rail carriage itself. You know, when are you thinking of diesel? Well, if the little one's not coming, and is she going to be staying at a friend's house or something when we go, or what's the plan? They don't think I have anything going on tomorrow. Well, I mean, other than that four-letter word called work, but like tomorrow night, I don't think I have anything planned. Mrs. Dragon hasn't told me otherwise. A thingamabob and a doohickey? Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm trying to be more technical because we've been trying to get Royal Nomi to use the right names for things. And so we have to call things by the right names here on channel. He has D&D camp from 12 to 4, so you're good after that. As in tomorrow? Because if there's a showing tomorrow at noon, I say that and I'm like, yeah, probably not. Because as soon as I say, yeah, sure, let me go, and something will blow up at work tomorrow, I'm sure. Okay, so now we're going to install these on the printer, which means I need to clean some things up and get the beast back up here. So let me move some things around again. Um, those need to go somewhere. Let me, time being, I'm gonna get these moved over here and set them over here. So I can bring the printer back up, and then with the printer back up here, we can start doing things because it wants me to like put it vertically. And I really, really hate doing things in that order or that manner, but I don't think it's going to lay on the table sideways, quite honestly. I think our only option is going to be, oh God. Remember, kids, lift with your back. If you're not tearing your back up, then what? Are you planning on living in old age? Well, coffee. So the plan is we're going to do the rail right here. Okay. And it's going to tell me to install the two HG15 3030 alignment tools as shown. It'll make sure the linear rail is positioned correctly. Insert the linear rail into the 3030 extrusion. Do not allow the carriage to leave the rail in. Add. Fasten the marked fasten the marked M4 by 16 screws starting from the bottom. Remove the rail alignment tools. Repeat for the other two Z rails. One, two, three, four, five. Is it like literally telling me not to do one of them? I need the alignment tools. Which are all the way down here at the bottom. While I'm fishing them out, I'm going to fish all of them out. We'll push all these back in there. And have I said how utterly amazed I am that they've already gone through and done all the heat sets from the factory? I did not have to do any heat sets. Made me happy. And these have labels on them. So these are the HG15s. We'll have the MGN 12s for 3030. And then we'll have an MGN 12 in a 2020 size. So these will be the Y rails, and this is going to be the X rail when we get there. Now we're going to need one of our rails. And we're going to put our block on it. I'm going to try and get all of our peanuts in line. So we are lined up. Now it says to start at the bottom and work our way up. Locking all of these in place. Normally we start in the middle and work our way out, but starting at the bottom, it works just as well. I mean, as long as you go from one end to the other, it works well. If you're going like from the end into the middle and do like the two ends and then work your way up, that is going to be a bad day. Because you're almost invariably going to put a slight bend in your rail. Now, mind you, like on this HG15, if we're able to torque this down and bend this rail, we probably did a number on our 3030 already. Okay. Everything's still working, and with this being all the way down at the bottom, I can now let that carriage drop all the way to the bottom, and we're going to be good. And you guys let me do that, so I put it with the little Zerk fitting on the other side. We're going to be taking this apart, and we'll redo it with the Zerk fitting going and the other direction. So if we ever decide that we want to use said Zerk fitting, we can. So we're going to turn this around, get our things lined back up. Make sure these are fully seated. Zerk fitting facing up this time. Just for giggles. You didn't have enough M5? What kind of M5 things were you looking for, Evil Diesel? You need M5 hammer nuts, you need M5 rolling T-nuts, you need M5 bolts. What is it, your heat inserts? I think I have a few M5s somewhere. I think I've got some left from the Milo build. Not sure why. Okay, there we go, Zerk fitting up. So remind me when we do this one over here, which we're going to do the same way. And remember, we're going on this inner rail, not the very front rail. Inner rail here, folks. Right? Inner rail. So we did the one, now we're going to do the next two. Making sure once again that our Zerk fitting facing towards the top. When we go to put this on there, make sure you push these guides all the way in. They're seated all the way at the bottom. Double check your Zerk fittings facing up. Yep. And then start screwing in your M4 socket head cap screws. Being sure to go in order. Do not skip one. Do not skip around. Go in order from the bottom to the top. If you skip around now and go in a weird order, you will be adding probably some type of bend or twist in your rail, or in this case, most likely the aluminum extrusion. Okay. One to go. It's going to be the one on the back there. Grab our rail. alignment blocks on there. Make sure everything is somewhat vertical, because that makes it easy. And just ever so softly when it rotates out of the lock. So make sure everything is lined up, pushed in. I am applying some pressure here to make sure that the rail stays pushed in. And we're going to start at the bottom, work our way to the top. Which I know you guys can't see me doing this because of the there we go. All right. There we go. All three of our Z-axes are in there. I'm going to wipe the excess grease that I see on some of these rail faces. I'm not trying to really dig in and wipe it all off. I'm trying to actually spread it around into a thin layer. Now we don't have, we have a hard stop at the bottom, but we don't have a hard stop at the top. That's the next thing that we're going to do is do the bump stops for the top. And what do we look like here? We got getting these out of the way for now. Oh, another part. These look like they're going to be black parts. Cable. No, 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 no. Handles. It looks like bed something or other. Bed something or other. Another handle. There's a right end stop. Bed piece. Nope. Crap, I've been putting everything back in there and I didn't think. R, that's an R. Two BC4Z limit right, one left. Oh, okay. So two right, one left. Here's the left. And there's one. Okay. You got the two right, the two left. We're going to need M16 by 12 cap screws and our 30-30 drop-in T-nuts. So is everybody ready for the Olympics? Those are starting in what, a week? Any particular event anybody wants to watch? I know Daddy Wazzy is going to be watching soccer because these are the summer games, right? So we should have soccer. Worlds, I think, just finished up, right? The FIFA World. Lucy Thread, the 3030 T-nuts onto the M612s. And in which direction? This way. So in this case, this is the right one. We're going to have a spot here where a pin stop or something else can go. Means the head of your bolt's coming in this way. This is going to go up against the extrusion like that. So push your bolt in, put your T-nut on there. Does anyone care anymore? Well, it's better than the political scene right now. So there's some events I really like to watch. Summer Olympics wise, there should be some, but I think I'm kind of drifting away from like the gymnastics and stuff like that, just because there's too much drama in there right now. Swimming, anti-doping stuff. I'm thinking more like track and field, shot put, discus, stuff like that. DC4 limit switch left assembly. After you throw it on the ground, because we haven't thrown anything on the ground yet. The left assembly. Imagine that. It's going to go on the left side. And that little cutout is for the top of the rail. So we need our T-nut to be vertical like this. Here's the hole that's going to go over the top of the rail. Put that in there. Slide it down. I'm going to actually press on the top of it there and four, three, 5. Go. Which means our one on the right is going to kind of do the same thing. It's going to come in from this side, bring it down. I'm going to hold it on the top of the rail. That way it should kind of auto align at a nice 90. Tighten that up. Do the same thing over here with the other right. Plot down. Like if y'all have seen Luke from Luke's Lab, like crawling in a stable bot, that's kind of like what I feel when I'm sitting here trying to put this together. And this is the smallest size. Like if I had a 500, I'd have to move the camera up there. Repeat the previous steps and install the remaining limit right assemblies. We did that. Now we get to start working with motors. Wow. We're going to need 3 48 millimeter NEMA 17 stepper motors, 3 375 millimeter lead screws, 3 rigid lead screw couplers, 2 pillow blocks. Got the pillow blocks. You know, it says 2 pillow blocks, but then it shows 3. It's 3 pillow blocks. That was a typo. So we've got that. We're going to need the rigid couplers out of here. We're going to need the thrust bearings, the rigid coupler, rigid couplers, and a bunch of screws. What kind of screws are we going to need? Stepper motors, lead screws, rigid lead screw couplers, pillow blocks, axial thrust bearings, M3 by 12 cap head screws. See if I readily see those. M3 by 12 cap head screws. All right. I see 3 lead screws here. I'm just going to assume that those are going to be the right length because, well, they shouldn't be anything other than the right length. Here's our 3 lead screws. We need motors, which will be in the other box over here. Now I've got motors. I don't see any of them like labeled. I'm assuming that they're all going to be the same as far as like same size, same like 1.8 versus 0.9 type thing. So LDO 1.8 hybrid 42 STH 48. So yeah, NEMA 17 48. Oh dang, rowing's jacked up too. I mean, I knew cycling because we still have the issues with cycling, but okay, so we got 3 motors, 3 lead screws, 3 rigid couplers, 3 pillow blocks, 3 thrust bearings, and our M12 or our M3 by 12 screws. So we're going to start off over here with a pillow block printed part. 48 NEMA 17 stepper motor. Insert the stepper motor into the base plate as shown. And it does not show which direction we want the cable to go, but being as how this is going to be the front left, we either want it to be shooting straight back or to the right. I'll pick one, and whichever one I pick will most likely be wrong. So real fast, I'm going to cheat. Really? Guides, RatRig V-Core 4. Okay. electronics. I'm going to open that one up in a separate tab because what I want to do is this is going to kind of show me some of the routing eventually. Oh, and you guys can't even see it because I turned it off. So that makes sense. I'm trying to talk to you. You don't understand. So what I'm trying to do here is just see like how they want me to run the wiring. So this is a backpack panel. So it's going back here in the backpack. But I'm trying to see we get to the D motor wiring. Shows me how it wants me to wire things. That's what. So with this picture, these are our front two motors and they want the wires pointing towards the back. So that way. And so we need to bring this motor up from underneath. So let me move my printer forward and move my surface back. Put this up at an angle. There we go. That'll give me room over here to be able to get my motor in. Because we're going to bring the motor in from the bottom. We're going to go through a pillow block. And then we're going to take our screws down through the top of a pillow block. Let me see if this. Nope, that actually, I'm sort of out of frame. Get it? There we go. We're going to get some of our M3 by 12 screws out here. And what we're going to do with our connector facing the back of the printer, so the front of the printer is here, this is the back. I'm going to lift this up, and I'm going to put this motor up underneath. Drop it, you know. Get the motor up underneath. Kind of get the holes lined up. Pillow block, M3 by 12. I'm doing the crisscrossing pattern here to make sure that I get it nice and tight and square, and I don't have any issues trying to get my screw started and wind up cross-threading a screw. Okay, so there's one done. Come over here and we'll do the other one. Lift up the printer. Put our motor underneath there. Make sure we kind of get the holes lined up. Put another pillow block. Over the motor. And get an M3 by 12 in there. And started. Okay, so those two are done. We're gonna need to do the back one, and I'm gonna have a heck of a time. I think I'm gonna have to take my surface off. So let's see if I can do this without dumping everything here on the ground. Okay. And pick this up without smashing my fingers, because that would be sweet too. Oh, there we go. Okay. Alrighty. So we're gonna pop this back up here and get the last motor in. The motor needs to be facing the back. So let me turn this around. So the front's that way, the back is towards me now. And it kind of makes it look like it wants the motor wire here facing the back of the printer. So that's what we're going to do, is we're just going to lift this up, get our last motor lined up there. Pillow block and 3x12 screws. And as noted before, she's a chonky girl. We like her though, but she a little chonky. Okay, so our 3 motors are in. We've got our Z assemblies done. We've got our Z stops in place. We've got the 3 motors now installed. Now we need to go ahead and get our thrust washers and stuff in place. Let me get some of these things out of the way. I'm going to turn this around again. Oh. Okay. So now where are we at? You can see these 2 corners. Good. So we need to take our thrust washers and get those out and ready. I think we're done with these screws. So we're going to go ahead and put these, at least seal them back up so we don't dump them all over the place. Okay, so our 3 thrust washers, these get installed on top of the pillow blocks. And we're going to do it with the washer portions. They've got little, whoops. So the washers have these little races in them on one side. So the race needs to be down. The thrust washer with the bearings goes on, and then the other race goes down on the top. And that's what we need to do to set all of these up. So I'm going to do that. There's a little bit of chipping oil on here. And it does tell us that that we can put a light coating of oil on here. There is a light coating of oil on here. Whatever they shipped it with to protect it. Has 3 components, 2 end caps, and an inner bearing assembly. Make sure that the thrust bearing is fully inserted into the printed parts. The top ring of the thrust bearing should be flush with the top of the pillow block. Yep. If desired, you may add a drop of light oil to the inner bearing assembly of the thrust bearing. Like I said, I can feel it. There is plenty of lubricant already on there called shipping oil. Okay, so we've got those on there. Now we're going to put on our, what do we call these things? Bimaterial decoupler. The screw coupler on the exposed shaft. And these are not the rigid couplers I was looking for. These are actually the T-nuts. The Oldham couplers for the T-nuts. Not T-nuts. The Oldham couplers for the lead screws. Okay, rigid couplers. Rigid couplers. So the rigid couplers here I'm dumping these out on a paper towel to make sure they do have the screws are in them and captive, so that's good. So I like these particular types of couplers because of 2 things. One, they're rigid. They're not the spring loaded. They've got the M5 hole on one side, the 8 on the other, and they're compressing. It's not a set screw going into a flat or into the trapezoidal lead screw. It's a compression ring. The way we're going to install these, and the way that I normally do this, well, one is follow the directions. It tells us to push it down and tighten on the M5 shaft here. And we're going to use some Loctite. And then I'll show you a trick on how I try and decouple the actual lead screw from the top of your motor, because you do not want it touching, or you'll transfer your load incorrectly. Pull the screw out on the M5 side, just get a little bit of thread locker on it. I'm going to go ahead and get the top side done too. But what it tells us to do is push these down to preload those thrust bearings. So we want the thrust bearings preloaded, and that's going to prevent them from moving around anymore, um, side to side, and get everything lined up in those channels right for the bearings. And once I get the lead screws installed in here for the night, I think I am going to call it a night at that point, and go downstairs and get some more food. Okay, and because these are a compressed fitting, we're not having to look for, okay, where's the flat on this motor? Is there a flat on the motor? We don't care because we're going to compress around the motor shaft itself. We're going to slide that down there, and we're going to apply downward pressure on top of that bearing. And then we're going to go ahead and tighten the lower side of this up with our Loctite so that we're nice and tight and good. Okay. Do that over on the other side and then in the back. So make sure our washer's lined up. Put that on there, push down on it, and tighten the lower compressing screw. And we'll do the same back here in the back. Downward pressure. Clamp it down. Give it a tug. Make sure things are good. Okay. We've got those three done. Now we're going to put in our lead screws. Ay, 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 ay. Always one of those that does not come off cleanly. There we go. Okay. So we've got our 3 lead screws. Now it says do not let it rest completely down on the motor shaft, right? We want to decouple those 2 parts. So what I tend to do, if I can find what I'm looking for, there is a slit in these between the 2 compressive rings. And I try and take a putty knife. In this case, this is a scraper. If this isn't thin enough, then I'll have to go find a putty knife. That does not look thin enough. You just want a gap, you know, whether it's a putty knife or if you've got, thickness gauges. Thickness gauges, that'll work. You can grab your thickness gauges. And which way are we going? I like 007 there, so 007. So I'm going to use the 0.18 millimeter, which is 0.07 inches. And yes, this has shipping oil like you wouldn't believe. I'm going to take and put this in the slit between the 2 compressive rings, right? So when I take my rod and put it down in there, it is not going to make direct contact. There's going to be a slight gap. In this case, 0.18 millimeter between the 2 surfaces. So we have that in there on that gauge. And then I'm going to come in here and tighten the top lock screw. Okay. Now that is guaranteed that I've got a gap between those 2 surfaces. That gap happens to be 0.007 inches or 0.018 millimeters. So I'm going to do the same thing over here. Get this lined up, push it all the way through the other side. Take my rod, sit it down there, let it kind of self-center itself. And then tighten up the clamp. And once again, got a gap in there. I've done this in the past. This works out really well. It it lets you get a slight gap between. I normally used to use like a putty knife, but this feels like a higher tolerance, a gap here. So using the feeler gauge works just fine. And I got this and I used it when I was setting, I used to use this for setting the gap between the hot end and the bed. Please, for the love of God, If you do that with these, I'll say actually cheap Chinese ones or any of them, because you really should keep them oiled to keep the things from uh, rusting. Uh, Wash your plate afterwards. You're going to have that light machine oil on everything, and you really need to wash your hands before dragging it everywhere. I can't tell you how shiny my hands are right now because it's like I've been playing with tanning lotion. We now got all three of our lead screws in, and that's where we're going to stop for the night, folks. We're going to call it a night there. Um, Let me see what this scene looks like. Yeah, hey, there's bars right in the way. So I'm going to try and set up with this camera. There we go. Okay, everybody, thank you so much for being here this evening. We've made great progress on the RatRig. We've got the frame built. We've got the Z-axis linear rails installed. We've got the Z motors and the 3 lead screws installed now. So those are in there. These are just our linear rail blocks. It's a good place to leave them so they're out of the way. When we come back, we need to finish the Z mounts for the bed. And then, let's see, shortly after we finish that, um, yeah, it's all the Z mounts for the bed. I think it actually has us mount the bed coming up. Nope, not in this stage. So this stage, we're just going to finish up the Z axis and then move on to the linear rails for the X and Y, start getting the gantry together. So we've made some really, really good progress today. Um, got a lot farther than I was anticipating to do today, quite honestly. But that's a testament to the kit that we're using. Once again, all the printed parts that we've used so far and that we're going to use in the kit already have all the heat set inserts installed. All the printed parts are in ABS. They're beautiful prints. So that's really nice. We've got this quick connect system that works really, really well. That's the first time I've used it, and it's an awesome system. I see now why they use it. Um, and yeah, this is going to be a chunky beast. I'm really looking forward to continuing this build, and we will be back on Saturday morning. We will continue this build on Saturday. We're going to take a short step back from Milo for just a little bit because I need to determine whether or not I can bring it up in the studio here to do at least like the preliminary checks and hey, let's work on getting things trimmed and stuff like that. Or if I'm going to have to take it out to the shed where I may have some iffy Wi-Fi, but I do have the 20 volt, or excuse me, the 20 amp power circuits out there that I'll need to do that. So I've got to figure that out. And if so, those are definitely not going to be Saturday daytime streams because it's a shed and it's not air conditioned. So it'll probably be more of an evening type stream where we would go out there and do that. Um, but thanks everybody for being here. Yep, have a good one, Evil Diesel. We'll see you tomorrow. And I'll chat with you. I'll chat with you tomorrow and see what we're gonna do, what time we want to do. Raid wise, it is Thursday night, which means we should have community marble races going over on Big Jano's channel. Looking now to see if he is. Okay, let me see if I see Big Jano. Oh, hey, Brit's on. Retix Brit is on. Big Jano looks like he's already into marble races, so looks like he's in. let's go over and see Britt. We haven't chatted with Britt in a long while. So I'm going to go ahead and head over to Creatix Brit. Please come hang out with me over at Creatix Brit. And thank you all once again for hanging out with me. We will be back on Saturday to continue this build. Everybody have a great night. Stay safe. Stay out of trouble, as Dan would say. And, yeah, just definitely stay safe with the weather that we've had. Take it easy. Drink lots of water. Get some rest. Bye, all.